suppressed, depressed, he's leaving. Escaped by on his hands and cold and inhuman, seeking for inner peace, kill disease, mental rest, sickney from bleeding and constant repeating, so much stress. Well, catch him if you can. Inside despair and stop the bleeding.
Hello everyone, I'm Switch. Hello everyone, I'm Switchleaf, and this is the forest. Today we're doing another. Oh, I just saw that that's still in its other state. Why didn't it go to the right state? There we go. You'll see what that means at the end of stream. Why that is there. But that's not for right now. Okay, I don't know who is going to join today, but what we're doing today is just I'm going to do a study session for my future potential job. I forgot to make my drink. So yeah.
Promise you won't change. You could start with a clean slate.
Sorry, I got distracted. I'm lurking in a place, and apparently my character won. They have like stream avatars. I don't have that yet because it's a paid thing, and currently I cannot pay for stuff. But yeah. Anyway, so I'm going to bring us to Spirit City. Here we go. I'll give myself the task. There we go. So yeah, I'm going to be doing the learning. If anyone wants to chat, you can always send something. If I can react, I will react. Oh yeah. That's ready in case it's too distracting. We're live on both, learning, so I'm gonna do that. And you guys can vibe with me. Yeah, forgot I can't be too quiet. Let's check, I'll put the game a little softer because otherwise it will go over me. And we don't want that. So, Max is going there. this, I'm going to put a share the stream in a lot of places. So let's do that. Okay. It's supposed to be public. There we go. Copy that. Okay, it works. Blue sky. I have an idea to solve a small but frustrating problem that I have. give. I wish I could share it to multiple Instagram accounts at once. Only sharing that one there. There we go. I think that's all the accounts we need. Putting that one a little bit more away because we're drinking this one. I have two bottles. One is caffeine free and it's always a caffeine free one. That way, if there's still a little bit left of the caffeine version in it, then I don't have to worry about that. Anyway, first pet the dog, and then we start studying. So, once again, a reminder, if you wanna vibe, just let me know. I'm gonna check something. That's something for you to that way. I also get a message when something happens to you. That way you does not have to feel left out. Okay. Now I get an audio message if anyone were to. And so now if anyone joins me on YouTube and sends a message, I will hear there's a message because it's harder to know when somebody is on YouTube. I don't like that on screen. My hair looks so darker than it is. Oh yeah, and by the way, thinking of having stuff that is on every scene to put it on the shoutout scene, because that way I get I think OBS needs to run less stuff, because if all the important things that are on the screen anyway are on the same screen, then the files aren't in, like right now there's a lot of stuff that's both in gaming, in Spirit City, chat and wait, and if I can just move them around on the shoutout stream instead of I'm just gonna check something because I don't know how I did it anymore. Because it's the same name, but for somehow I gave this one a filter. How did I flip it on this one? I don't even recall how I flipped my cam here, because I know I did it because it makes sense. Like here I'm looking, I'm always looking at the center of the stream. That's the idea a little bit with the flipping of the camera, but I don't recall how I did it. No, it's not that. Did I just do it this way? And it only changes. Okay, it will be that probably. Okay. Then now I'm going to focus on my task. been distracting myself long enough. Fifth of May, 35. always 35. So what's gonna happen in 10 years? Okay. I have a feeling, and I think I already know the answer. In the thing here they say they're like giving the numbers like, oh yeah, 845,000 passengers a day, 3,700 daily trains, and 550 stations and stops. With the stations and stops, I never thought of it as two separate things with trains, but I guess stations they consider the big ones like Antwerp Central, Bruges North, South, and Central. Those kind of stations are considered stations because they're big. They have a lot of tracks. Like I think it's when there's multiple tracks, the train can allow passengers on. Like if it's more than 3 tracks, I think, or more than 4. I think something like that. Like then you are a station, not just a stop. A stop feels more like, oh yeah, there's only one train stopping here. And it'll never be here. Will never be, and like there's 2 tracks because like 2 directions maybe. Never know with the timings. Safer, comfortable, and more accurate. Okay. This one convinced me a little bit. I'm not showing you stuff because I don't know how much I can show. And also it isn't really important for you guys to see what I can see. It's a co-working stream. So if you're wondering like why can't we see what she's seeing? That's on purpose. Because it's my business, not yours. but I like sometimes talking to you guys about it because it helps me learn. Okay, I think. Okay, so they make sure everything, like the rails and stuff, are in order, and they make sure that the trains and stuff drive and all that stuff. Then there is the HR department that works with both and the Minister of Mobility and government companies, and both the companies are governmental companies, meaning I might work for the state. Yay! Yeah, until I hit the camera, I did not realize that my mic was muted for I don't know how many minutes, 20 or something. At least the entire part about science and lights, I think. Anywho. Step. Okay. Krijgt voertuigen deze voertuigen. Eigen interactie uitrusting. That far it makes sense. Kracht, meaning it creates energy itself, so it has its own traction system to drive it forward. Gesleepte, it needs a power machine. It needs something else to push it or pull it. And there are two kinds of power vehicles. The locomotives, which is where I would be sitting in, and motorized vehicles. I can't translate it correctly, but those will probably be additional traction, additional power vehicles for longer trains, so that not all the power has to come only from the locomotive. Like in the locomotive, it gets it is being taken care of by me. In the other the motorized one, it listens to what I say it has to do. But it makes sure that not all the energy is in the locomotive. And then there are two kinds, electrical and diesel. Starting with locomotives. Locomotives are power vehicles that are used to pull or push the rest of the train. It's always the one at the end, at the beginning of the train. The electrical ones are usually used for passenger trains, and the diesel ones are used for wrangling. I don't know what the English word is, but for stuff like putting the train together, like deciding how it's used for the smaller movements, so that the electrical locomotive does not have to be used for that. I don't know why I think they do that so that nothing can go wrong with the one that has to do the passengers. and the diesel one can be used. Maybe because I don't know, I don't even know if they power down the tracks after the last train, as I don't know, is there a moment that there's no trains? Okay, and we have 2 locomotives in Belgium. We have the HLE 1819, made in 2007. So it's a pretty new one. Looking at the fact that trains have been around since 1835, May 5th, here in Belgium, and electrical ones have been here since 1935, 5th of May, exactly 100 years later. So this one being built in 2007. Impressive. Okay, and the difference between the 18 and the 19 is that the 19 has a automatic attaching system. So I think it's literally just like it goes backwards, it clicks in, and it can move forward without you having to get out and do it yourself, or have somebody else do it for you. So HLE. I wish. Gonna look it up. Because it has to have a reason that it's called the HLE, and I want to know the reason, because that way I can remember it more easily. Let's see if they explain the naming here. Yes, I'm currently looking at Wikipedia about the train, and I think I'm gonna be enjoying that more and more. I assume the LE part is locomotive électrique. It's a French thing, but I need to know what the H is, just to satisfy my brain. That's not what I've... Come on. Someone has to know why it's called HLE. Are people not more curious about what acronyms stand for? That makes it a lot better to read. Guess I'm not gonna figure that out. I think it's so frustrating that I don't do it. Like a diesel locomotive is called an HLD, so locomotive diesel. Makes sense. That like that part is clear, but what's the H for? Okay, so HLE 17 and 18 are the electrical ones. Difference being the 18 has a no, 18 and 19. 18 and 19. No minors. No minors. I'm really frustrated about because I can't find what the age is. Fun fact, there's also a esports team that has the same initials. That's not what As soon as I'm in the training system, it's one of the first questions I'm gonna ask. I really wanna know. Anyway. It's gonna be something like either reference to the builder, or is it gonna be head locomotive, electric head locomotive, diesel, something like that. Then there's the motorized vehicles. Motorized staat uit verschillende voertuigen die niet kunnen gescheiden worden en is uitgerust met een eigen aandrijving. Welke uiteinden van de motor? Okay. I think I might have been wrong earlier. So, motorrijtuigen are not just parts in between. It seems like they are. It says like it consists of different vehicles that cannot be separated. and it has its own drive. On each end there of the motor vehicle there is a cabin, a driving cabin. They are slower. The MR, the electrical one, goes only 160, while the HLE went 200. And the MR8, because that's MR96. That's for its. Those are named after their year of construction. The MR8, same speed, same amount of. Okay, get. So motorrijtuigen. They're usually smaller, it seems, and go on slower speed. So they probably get used for like the more local. They don't show the same name conventions here as they do. Okay, anyway. Oh no, that I do not want to happen. So the MR, like it seems like they have It says like amount of sections, amount of parts per. So this one has 3. Like when it's taking a corner, like you see like each straight line is a part. So this one has 3. Both the MRs have 3. The diesel one, the MW41, not named after its year, but I don't know what it's. Okay, this is the only one that still gets used for passengers, and goes 120, so a little slower, and one has 2. Okay. Oké, gesleepte voertuigen. Gesleepte voertuigen. They're not really good at making logical. Like this sentence needs more pictures. Like, no joke. Okay. Oh, okay. Locomotives are purely for the person in my position at work, like the person that is driving the train, like everything in there, I think, is for me. And I think motorrijtuigen have smaller areas for the person driving, like there's less space for the machinery, I think. But it's also a smaller train. And then the ones that need to be pulled. En de gesleepte voertuigen, they need a locomotive. But there are and then I think there, so that HV needs a locomotive, period. And HVR, I think, and the HVR still needs locomotive. I think it still needs locomotive, but locomotive can also be used to push. Well, the steering cabin does not need to be in the locomotive, I think. Okay, I just realized another reason that they might not want the rendering be done by electrical ones is because it might have something to do with not needing electrical cables on the rendering lines, because which means that less energy needs to be spent. Like the energy in the station might be too... No, that doesn't make it. I can't explain it, but I think that's... Twee draaistellen. Okay, let's see if I remember. Okay, so the green ones, they suspend. They're the main suspenders, which means that they take the main. They make sure that not the entire train makes too much energy. Shock absorption is what I was looking for. So the main ones for the shocks between the rails and the window, I think the correct translation is, are done by the main ones, and the shocks between the terrain and the terrain itself and the window are done by secondary ones. Cut off the words. But that's what this is. And so a locomotive does not have a front side and back side, it just has two sides that could be used as a front. The thing that makes a locomotive special is that it has a machine room, which is like the entire middle of the locomotive, and it has all the safeties and systems in place. Like if I pull a lever in the machine room, things will happen to do what I ask in the control and steering cabin. And this still is my favorite picture, explaining like you have the switches that jump automatically if an energy surge that's too high were to go through your house. It automatically opens up everything so that the search stops and devices do not get damaged. And they show like the comparison between that with the one for a train. Like, it's this big, and the one for the train is gigantic. I can't even show it on screen. It's crazy. I'm not showing it on screen purposefully because you don't need to see it. So that is that you okay. Got it. And there's the GF. That's the one that's on the 19 and the HLE 19, but not on the HLE 18. Then there is the safety, the automatic awareness thing. If you don't do anything in the cabin for 60 seconds, it will say like, hey, this is us, are you okay? Know that if you are like driving at 120 kilometers an hour, that means that you have passed 2 sections in that minute. Yes, because each minute is 2 kilometers and a section is about 1 kilometer. And then there is the TBL1, and that make sure that if you make sure that that 60-second thing, that 60-second thing is only is like the main one, if I understand correctly. And that will mainly, like, if you're going through green lights, that's the one that will be like, hey, you're still awake, right? Because we're cruising, no problem, but we want to be sure that you're fine. Then there's the TBL1 Plus, and that system can read the signs that we're passing, and we'll see if you do the things you're supposed to. If it notices you don't, then it will intervene. If I remember that correctly. It shows you like, hey, this sign, we just passed this sign, and we'll check if you do them. Like, if you were to go through a red light, it would put the brakes on it immediately. Which would make any collision less bad. Because you're colliding slower. I'm at the next section, so I'm going to take a little break. Gonna hide the camera and just look away from the screen for a bit. Be right back. Give me 5 minutes or so. Yep. Okay, that was a little bit more than 5 minutes, I think. But break it. Sometimes you need a little longer for the break. Oops. that's just a mean thing to say, E. Hi, E. You're the first one in this time. Look at that. I'm currently studying for the train stuff. Mitch hasn't shown up, and I think usually on Thursday he doesn't. Maybe because on Tuesdays he has tasks that do not allow him to be in range of internet. And A, can you please watch out with the all caps? I really wish I could see what spam detected stuff Seribot removes. I'm also thinking of not letting Seribot ban people immediately. Just remove the message. I'll figure that out after this stream. I'm just letting you know, E, that because I know you, I'm letting that go. But if you were somebody who showed up in stream and acted like that, to the C, even the S is a small cap, which by the way is called lowercase. Because small cap doesn't exist. That is considered a passive aggressive comment. And I'm letting it slip because I know you, but please don't do the passive aggressive comments because they're still annoying and I cannot. Okay, that's funny. Like, I cannot allow you to be passive aggressive, and if then somebody else starts messaging and doing exactly the same thing, then punishing them for that. Okay, like, yes, if you are a regular and I know you as a regular, then maybe we know the energy of the stream and how we fight. But please don't do the passive aggressive stuff. Like when I ask you to watch out with the all caps, because first of all it just didn't make sense. Like, how are you? That's what you did. Like that didn't make sense. I was talking about that. I was more talking about I personally do not mind all caps, but there are people that get really uncomfortable by all caps, and I just, like, right now it doesn't really matter because it's just the two of us, literally one viewer. Have we only? No, we've been streaming for 2 hours. This statistic is wrong. Like, we have to be considerate for the people that might be here, the people you don't know if they are here or not. And typing in all caps for some people is really uncomfortable to read, because it reads as shouting and people don't like shouting. So no passive aggressive reaction after the all caps comment. Next time please. Thank you very much. Anyway, so yeah, I am learning right now. We're learning about the breaks, which I still remember very vividly from last time. I find very interesting. Oh, I've also added something for that I can use now because we're still small. But if the YouTube chat would get more popular, I would have to change it up. Because like right now, if somebody messages in the YouTube chat, it will give me a little ding. And that's okay because right now nobody's messaging in the YouTube chat, so if somebody would, I would know and I would be able to go and read it. But if YouTube chat were to become a popular way of communicating with stream, then I would have to turn that off because I would not need it anymore because I know that people are active there, and I would just have to find a way to make it easier to read it, not having to go to the YouTube part every time. About what? I don't know what your about what was about. What was your what about? Oh, what I'm learning about, yeah, trains. I'm learning about trains because I'm trying to become a train driver. Okay, no, trains. Choo choo. No, I might have been mumbling a little bit. That's possible. So yeah. What are you doing today? Had a long day yesterday. I know, there's a 2-hour difference right now. It's almost 4 here. Oh. No, the brake system of trains is actually very fascinating. Like there is an automatic part, and that works by at all times putting a 5-bar pressure on the system, which keeps the brake open and fills up a backup reservoir. And the moment the pressure goes below 5 bar, the system will turn so that backup reservoir is connected with the brakes instead of the part that is pressuring it, and the brakes will be closed. I think I'm gonna get a train simulation game just because it's fun and it might actually be interesting. Not just for fun. Let's look one up real quick. Train simulator. There's a lot of them. So, but I'll see if I. Nah, I'll look it up later. So yeah, so this, so like in the locomotive, there is a compressor and a reservoir that are connected to all the brakes, and they give a constant of 5 bars. Which means, and that is the default setting. So, which means that if you manually lower the pressure to below 5 bars, the brakes go off, and the you don't have to. I'm going to look for one that is a similar. I'm going to go for one that's like a European one, anyways. But if you want to, you can always do that. But yeah, so which means that if anything goes wrong with the terrain, something gets disconnected, there's a leak in the cables of the brakes, anything, then the pressure will go down, because the pressure isn't being the pressure isn't being there is no continuous stable pressure anymore, because there is a way out for the air, so the brakes will automatically go, which is a simple but genius way to make sure that nothing can go wrong, that there will always be brakes that will be activated. The only way it could go wrong is if all the brakes were to have been locked by sabotaging the turning system. But you would have had to do that after the conductor and their assistant did the check if everything works. Makes sense. Wait, you did what? Thank you for the boost. We're 3 away from for the next level. So right now, nice. So right now we have level 1 with the 2 boosts I already did. That means we already have 100 emoji slots, 24 soundboard slots, animated server icon, and better quality audio. If we can reach level 2, that is if that would give us HD streaming, 50 megabyte file upload, so the files can get bigger. And we can give roles custom icons. And there will be a server banner. And on level 3 we can get a custom server invite link, which would make it, I think, make it easier to invite people, but I don't know if we want that. 100 megabyte file upload, highest quality audio, animated server banner. So instead of just a server banner, it can be animated. Okay, that's cool. But like for now, the level 1 is enough. Like if we get bigger, level 2 is nice. Like right now we have 10 megabytes. Okay. Well, I'll look it up. Maybe it's a fun one. Yeah, like the fun thing is like we already have more. We now already have more than we use. But as soon as my sister starts doing the emoji stuff, oh look, Mitch is playing Euro Truck Simulator. It's his free day, that's why he is not here right now. Anyway. There's a 5th game? Damn. I don't know how fast I would be doing that. I figured that would be the name. Now suddenly for no reason. Okay, there's a reason. Probably because it's healing now. Right now it hurts to swallow anything, spit, whatever. So that's frustrating. It's distracting. This part just makes sense, like. Yeah, that's probably why I'm not planning on getting it soon. Because right now all the money goes to surviving. And aside of the automatic brake that is always on a pressure of 5 bars, there's also the direct brake, which isn't pressured unless we pressure it. So when putting on brake, the automatic system will not get pressured, which means that it will lose pressure starting the automatic braking, but at the same time pressure will be added to the direct brake, which will force that one into braking. So there's no extra stuff, it's just no. The difference is this has two types of brakes. One is by losing pressure that it will activate the brake, and the other will be activated by gaining pressure. And I don't know how. I know how cars work, but I'm not an expert on cars. I'm literally just learning about trains. You can't take a comparison. I don't know. Like, maybe you're right, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know about cars. The only cars I know have eyes in the windshields. But here it is, the pressurized part will add pressure to the brake for the locomotive itself, so that it has extra braking power in the locomotive. Because that's also where the wheels are that have motors in them, for sure. Yeah, because you're not supposed to brake softly. Like a brake, like I don't know with cars, but if you don't put full pressure on the brakes, your brakes deteriorate faster. See, now you're so bad at conversations, E. You didn't give enough context. Like, you pressing the brake. This is frustrating, E. Like, oh yeah, the car also has an automatic system that it senses a car ahead. Um, very different from the systems that I'm talking about, by the way. Okay. So, the two kinds of brakes that I just talked about both need pneumatic pressure. Once again, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about right now because I'm getting very confused, and once again, I don't know enough about cars to say if your statements are a correct comparison or not, because my knowledge about cars is less than my knowledge about trains. I know that if you push the brake, it stops. That's what I know about cars. A lot of technology has changed recently, which means that maybe the brakes have changed a lot. I don't know if, like, you were all talking about electric brakes. You're talking about your. Okay, that's a good one. Okay, look, what I know about cars is that they at least used to be a fully manual, and that's the kind of brake I'm going to talk about right now, a fully manual kind of brake. That's what they used to be. And in my opinion, it should always be a completely manual brake. Cars also use braking fluids. They don't use pneumatic pressure. They use hydraulic. Because what you see, I know this because I've seen TV series and they're like, oh my god, somebody cut the braking fluids from a car. Difference is with braking fluids. Braking fluid is like the second, the direct brake I was talking about, because if you cut a wire for the braking fluid, you can't brake. While in the automatic braking system that I mentioned, if the pneumatic lines were cut, the lines automatic brake, it's the Dutch lines for the automatic brake. If they are cut, then because the pressure goes away, the brakes are activated, meaning that if that was how a car worked, it would mean that if somebody cuts your hydraulic your brake fluid lines, you would not be able to start driving, or would automatically stop driving if it starts leaking halfway. There are multiple things that the hydraulic just means that the energy is moved using fluids. The best way to explain it is you have two syringes, one full one empty one, and a tube filled with liquids, like the two syringes are. I'm gonna open paint. And I'm gonna show you. Okay. Okay, this is odd. What is it doing? Oh, that's glitching. I don't know what is happening. Closing this, and I'm just gonna do a screen capture. Display capture. Blip. Okay. Putting this one down here as well. Okay. So, we have two. I'm not usually somebody who draws, to be clear. And to be clear, there is no slot between two areas. This space is not empty, to be clear. I'm just showing like these are the ends of the syringes. All of this is filled with a liquid. Okay, yeah, I'll explain what you're talking about as well. But so this is entirely filled with liquid. I'm not gonna fill it in because then it will fill everything, because I did not do. If we were to push this inwards, the liquid would be pushed towards here as well, meaning that this would be pushed outwards. That's how hydraulics basically work. This is moved by this because the hydraulic pressure. Same goes for pneumatic pressure. The difference is just with hydraulic pressure, all you need to do is fill up the system. Like the entire system has to. This is not specifically for a car. This is what a hydraulic system is. It is a closed system made by pushing a liquid around. So this is the part that we control. If we push this forward, that means that all the fluid needs space to go to. And because liquids, they don't... the difference between a liquid and a gas is that liquids, they don't really compress. Like a plushie is more like air because I can squish into it. Meaning that if I were to push here 2 newtons, a squishy thing like gas would not give 2 newtons here. That's why pneumatic systems usually don't work with just pushing here causes that to be pushed away. also because gases are less leak resistance, I think. But so gases are squishy, while fluids are more like try and fill a syringe with water completely and close the one side of the syringe and press onto it. You'll notice that you can barely do anything. All you can do is push the air that is inside the water together. Like, the water does not squish. It's any form of gas that's still in the water that can squish. So that's why like cars usually use hydraulic systems, because it just means there's a closed system with a liquid inside of it. While a pneumatic system would work more like, here is a kind of pump that will put a pressure onto this, and this will usually have a spring saying like the spring has a pressure that can hold 5 bars. So to push this down, you need to push enough air to exceed that 5 bar. So you have to press the bar as in the unit of pressure. You have to pressurize the system, which is usually done with by compressors. They pressurize systems. Well, they pressurize upwards. Compressors do not take away a vacuum. Cannot create a vacuum, I think. And that's why a train can work with that, because a locomotive is big. It has enough space to make that work with pressure. That's why factories prefer to work with pneumatics pneumatics over hydraulics, because hydraulics are more of a kinetic kind, or it's hard to explain in English because I don't know all the right words, and it's been a long time since I've studied these. But working with pressures is better for factories and trains and all that stuff, because if the pressures fail, they are easier to create a failsafe with, because a lot of systems with pressure say like, if the pressure goes lower than this, something will shut down immediately. With hydraulics, that doesn't really work, because hydraulics will always be at a base pressure. Hydraulics actually don't change pressure all that hard. And I just think it's also way more expensive, and if something breaks and hydraulic fluids leak out, way harder to fix everything and more expensive to replace stuff, because the liquids leave the system, which means that you have to add new liquids, while with air, it's in the air, literally in the name. You just have to add new air to the system after the leak is fixed. But as I said, with the train, It still is, because it still it also uses feathers. No, springs. I'm gonna blab this away. Cars will use pneumatics because they don't. It would be really expensive to put a compressor in a car, and very loud. Compressors are not easy to maintain, so not really convenient for day-to-day machinery. Day-to-day machinery will usually use hydraulics. And hydraulics are usually used for are also usually used for machinery that has to do with people, because it is more predictable to work with, and if it goes wrong safer. Like any hydraulic systems, like it's the syringe thing is actually the best explanation. Like if you have open a syringe and press it down with your finger covering it, you'll notice that the air gets pressed down. If it's closed and you try to pull it open, it can pull open more. Like the amount that that's the springs doing their thing. That's yes, there are hydraulics in there, but the hydraulic parts, like if I'm correct in remembering it, gone too far. Okay, so hydraulics still work for that, because there is no solid connection there. And they mainly use the springs, like springs and liquids. They absorb the shock that comes from driving. Because the energy just gets dissipated inside of the liquids, because liquids don't carry energy as easily. Easiest way to explain it is like, if you punch a wall, the entirety of the energy from your punch goes into the wall. You die. I know, Springtrap, but they use the same system. Like, if you hold a rod of some sort, I'm looking for something I can hold that kind of. I'll just bring it. If I hold this like this and somebody hits this side hard, like the other side will feel it equally. but if I... It's hard to explain that way. Just trust me, it isn't like the water might not, the liquid might not be squishy, but it absorbs. Like I'm not gonna try and find a comparison, but there is way less. There still is squish. It's just so much less. There's just so much less squishiness in liquid that it is better for like machinery, like hydraulics, like robotics will use hydraulics way faster because it's more predictable and it's a close. The main reason people would choose hydraulics over pneumatics is if they want it to be a closed system without any external needs. You have your liquid, you have like, if the machine needs to fill a you should have needed that this you should have taken a coffee before asking me questions. Like the hydraulics of a car needs to constantly work, whether the car is on, whether the car is all turned off. At any time, the hydraulics of a car need to work. So a hydraulic system is more efficient for that because you don't add water or reduce the amount of water in the system, in the closed system. You just move it around within the closed system. A pneumatic system is specifically made so it's specifically a open system that needs external factors, air, to work. In the example of what I'm learning now, they kind of close the system by using a reservoir to keep the pressure consistent, but that is just to make sure that you stay at that pressure level. But still, you need the air from the surroundings to pressurize the system. And if you want to move something with pressure, you need to add air to increase the pressure or let air go to reduce pressure. The air does not always stay inside the system. That's the main difference between pneumatics and hydraulics. If I'm correct, I'll check up with a friend of mine that knows more about it, but that is in this situation the main difference in why people would choose one over the other. Also, pneumatics are better for yeah, mechanics was never my strong suit, but this is kind of stuff that I do understand. Oh, I just noticed the color difference. Nice. But yeah, so like in factories where I used to work, in the chemical systems, like usually air was used to as a safety measure, because if something went wrong, the air pressure would reduce, and parts would get closed automatically because of that. Like, to move stuff around, working with pneumatics is safer because if the system fails, the gates will open or close automatically based on what their normal stance is, which allows for a safer system. While with hydraulics, everything would just stay in position because if there's a leak, the only thing that changes is the fact that no more pressure is put on either side of the system, neither by pulling or pushing. And when there is no change in pressure, nothing moves in a hydraulic system. That is how I remember it working, and I really hope somebody who knows more just showed up to say actually, because I want to know the truth. I want to know how bad I explained this or how well I did. I really love that I brought paint. Not saving it. But yeah, so for safety systems, pneumatics are better because stuff moves around, like you need springs, of course, to do this as well. You don't know if I did good because you're the one who is learning. Whether I gave you correct information or wrong information, for you as the person that knew nothing about the subject, both are equally correct. Like, as far as you know, I'm telling you the truth. I could be lying, I could be pretending to know what I'm talking about. You don't know if I did good. You can tell me if my thing, if I explained it in a way that you think you understand it, but again, the problem is it would mean that you have to think that you understand, meaning that even if you understand it differently from how I meant to explain it, you would always still think that that you understood it. That's the hardest part about teaching. Knowing, and that's why tests exist. Tests are a proof of how you actually understand what I'm saying. So anyway, I'm going to continue learning for myself. I just noticed. Wait. I scrolled a little bit back in the chat where you were like, oh my god, 5 years. Last year you said 3 years. According to the 4th of January 2024 that was 3 years. I think 20, because that's when I joined TikTok, and not much after me joining TikTok, we became friends, I think. I'm pretty sure it was one of the first things. Yeah, I think so. But last year you said 3 years. The first image I can find was August 3rd, 2021. So if we I don't know if that's just a we don't save that many images thing, or we don't save past 4 years. We did still chat a lot in 2023, gotta say. Not gonna scroll through it all. Maybe it's easier to check. Okay. I think, okay, we met at the end of I think we met at the end of 2020, but the okay, this is one of the moments I'm really happy. So I think we met in 2020, but the server and the group chats were made a little later. It's really funny to sometimes like see stuff pass by like emojis and images like, yeah, it was one of those conversations. We chatted a lot in the first year, that's for sure. I think one of our main problems was that we had too many places where we could chat, so people didn't really know where to start the conversation. And like some people are more active on Instagram, so will react faster on a message on Instagram. Others don't get messages from Discord because they have turned those off. It's still scrolling, by the way. Gonna see how far I am. I'm almost at the end. I'm in February 2021 now. I've been scrolling, automatic scrolling for 3 minutes almost. No joke, I left the group at one point. I've been scrolling for over 6 minutes. And I'm doing like the speed kind of scrolling, like it cannot go faster. Kate still being called Dad Lucifer. Still going. Yes. I'm not gonna I just wanna see what our first message was in the Discord. Okay. So my first message was hello, then you said join the server, you said hello. We said hi to AO. I do not recall there being another set. Oh, she joined a little later, and then she left again, right? Like she wasn't there from the start, I'm pretty sure. First conversation was figure. Okay. If she was, she removed her entire account. Because no, that was one of the Dutch people, I think. Then Moser showed up. Oh yeah, that was the year I made the logo for my friend. That's right. Okay, that's the bot. Like on the Discord, I do not see. Either she wasn't really active on the server back then, because like on those first days, I'm looking in the Discord by the way, not on the Instagram, because she wasn't there during the first call, because the people that were there were all European, and then you. I removed the message with people's names in them. Because you're a moron. Well, she wasn't there the first day. Because I think the account that's called deleted account is the Dutch girl that I hope you didn't have a crush on. Okay, I kinda like what I made for AO. It's a really elegant the young Dutch girl, like we had two Dutch girls. One is still in Instagram because she is seeing everything that's being said there. The other one, they played with a few names for a while. Yes, original name, first initial S, yes. Yeah, exactly. No way that you had a crush on her. But I'm like scrolling through it. Hold on. Deleted user joined here. Or are those... Oh no, V was one of the deleted users. Like the only other person that it could be was Kate's ex. Like she joined a few days later. Yeah. I'm now on the 12th and I see 2 deleted. I'm looking on I'm looking on Discord. If you don't did 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 she ever join Discord? Because I've been scrolling and I do not really find anyone that could be it. Okay. Then why did you... So she only joined the Instagram and left before we started the Discord. And you had a crush on her with only that amount of information. I've been saying I was checking the Discord because on my computer I do not have that Instagram linked. I've literally said it 3 separate times. I'm checking the Discord and I can't find her. And that was it. All the learning for today. Give me a second. Okay. No, can't raid. It's only you, so can't raid Hannah. Okay, I'm just going to see, because I want to end stream anyway. Let's first go to chatting. Yeah, I can't delete your own messages. I can delete that. Okay. I haven't started the animation just yet. I haven't pushed that button yet. I was first thinking, yeah, we're just gonna end stream because dragging it out doesn't help. The thing is, the animation will also automatically give a raid message. No, you can't. It's on my phone. But we're not gonna raid because it's only you. Sorry. So I'm now pushing it. So yeah, it automatically gives the option to raid. Because I don't have enough buttons to say like separate them. Also, did you see the welcome message? Looks nice. Did you see the welcome message that we had? Okay, so completely in the beginning of stream, there is a automatic sending of the message. This one. That way, I know that my commands work. It's more of a checking if everything works command, but also useful so that people know that I'm prepping stuff. So if I push the hard start button, a few things happen. OBS gets opened. I'm just gonna read it from the thing itself. So first, OBS gets opened. After 10 seconds, the scene is changed to start, so that that visual is there. After that, after another 5 seconds, so that the scene for sure is there before it happens, the stream gets automatically started. So between pushing the hard start button and starting stream is 15-ish seconds. Then OBS, Spotify starts playing after the stream started, so that the song for sure starts after stream starts. And then the message is sent through my account saying welcome, which will activate Streamlabs, through which we are doing all our commands. And if the command shows up, I know that two things work. If you get mentioned in a message thing works. I also now know that exclamation mark rate doesn't work for that, but I'll Control C this, do this. Admin. Now I'm gonna test this. Okay, yeah. That way. Huh? What do you mean? I had a webcam, mic, and capture card. If I did all that, I would have quit YouTube sooner. Do you mean like I press one button on my phone, which I can... Like, I'm slowly building these things up. Like, in the beginning, I literally just... Starting stream was literally opening up OBS, checking if my stream information was correct. I still do that before, and then I close OBS again. In the beginning. But when I found, like, literally a few, like 2 months ago or so, or 3 months, I don't know how long I've had this. Let's see. I can figure that out by going there. And then go here, here, streaming help. So on 10/10, the 10th of October, I was looking at stuff and then I found the app that I'm using now. And so all I have to do is before, like if I know I have to leave right before and I come back right before stream starts, all I have to do is start my computer before leaving. Do something, let it do something. Like watching a streamer that is a morning streamer for me. So I like have a stream playing in the background at all times so that my computer doesn't fall asleep. Have open Streambots and open the Stream Deck on my computer. If those three things are happening, I can go downstairs, leave the house, anything, and as soon as I arrive within the Wi-Fi and I'm connected to the Wi-Fi, I can start stream, meaning that if at 1 p.m. 20 after 1, if I'm then downstairs, I can just start stream and prep everything and come upstairs, and by 1:30 by 1:30 I can just press the chatting button, and that's it. Everything is ready. All I have to do is do the lights, make sure that my setup looks okay, like everything behind the camera isn't too bad, which it is, but I really don't care. But yeah, so way back in the day before even you were here, my stream was just me and my camera and I. Then I added, started streaming Rainbow Six. I don't know if you joined I really wish I could go see what my first stream looked. Yeah, I bought this camera so that my camera didn't look shit. But yeah, I used to have like the webcams you get at any other store. That's how most people start, with bad cameras. But now, like, I started on my first laptop, my black laptop that just wasn't made for it, and I just did voice acting. That was all I could do because my computer couldn't handle anything else. That's probably because of your capture card. Your camera can be as powerful as your laptop can be as powerful as you want, but if no, your camera can be as powerful as you want, but if your computer doesn't have the hardware to handle that quality, it will bottleneck the resolution to something it can handle. That's just how it works. Then we went to the gray laptop, which made video games way easier. And now we are with the desktop, which I still think is my craziest purchase, and I'm very happy with it. It's almost a year old now. if you want to stream, a good PC with a graphic card that with a good, you mainly need a good graphic card and a PC that can handle the graphic card. You don't need the 5070 that I have. Like, I am currently working with an Intel Core i5, NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4070. I don't have the 5070, I have the 4070. Then just some RAM. A lot of audio outputs that I'm not using that I have to remove to clean it up. But yeah, like, have a CPU, GPU, and RAM that can work together on a motherboard that does its job. Like, my motherboard is the MicroStar International. With Wi-Fi, which was important for me because I cannot connect Ethernet in my room. If you can connect Ethernet, always go for Ethernet. Smartest thing you can do is use Ethernet. If you don't have Ethernet, go for a motherboard that allows Wi-Fi. I am using the Intel Core i5, but I hear that Intel has the issue that at some point it will suddenly not work at all. Like, it isn't a slow degrade, it's just when it stops working, it stops. So yeah, you can connect you would be able to connect your laptop or desktop to an Ethernet cable. Then I would advise doing that because your connection will be way better. Will be 100% more stable. Because like, my Wi-Fi can get disturbed just by pushing the connectors a little bit the wrong direction. It's completely reliable on me not having anything that's can alter the connection in my room. An Ethernet cable is a cable. It just goes to the router, and from the router goes through the system. Like, also my 4070 Ti, my RTX 4070 Ti, you don't need to go that high even. Like, for depending on what kind of stuff you want to do with your computer, you can go lower. I just got the 4070 because it wasn't that much more expensive and I had the money to spend, so I was like, let's go for a newer model with RTX. But yeah, what I did was I went to Reddit r/PCMR or PC Master Race. I don't recall on which one I put it. Let's see. Go. PC Master Race. Oh no, that was for something else. So 10 months ago, I posted on PC Master Race, saying like, okay, this is my budget. This is the things I wanna do on the thing. Like, I wanna stream. Yeah, so if you tell them your budget, like, if I recall correctly, they were like, my budget was high. I had a high budget. I didn't need. Like, if you give them a budget and what you need. And like, they will usually like give you builds, and all you have to do, like, all you have to do is follow the specs, not necessarily the brands. Yeah, I know, but as soon as you have a budget, and I think like a little over 1k is like a expected amount. Like, I can look, I can try and figure out how much it all was. But yeah, I would say like, don't expect anything below 1k if you want. You know what? RTX 470. Like the one I have right now is right now goes for, let's see if it's the same one. 2, yes. Goes for around 500 euros. Okay, close to 600 euros, so that's gonna be your most expensive part. The Intel Core that I have goes for a little under 200. My liquid cooling is 140. So with those three, you are looking at a little under. Like, those three alone are a little under 900. I'm doing my math. I'm not doing math right now, but a little under 900 for those three parts. Then you have to add the RAM, the motherboard, the casing itself. You'll need monitors, like one monitor at least for, like, I am using this one for the gaming. For anything that I'm doing is happening here. Anything that will be shown on the screen for you guys is happening on this monitor. I'm using the monitor here. This one is my streaming monitor. I'm putting it vertically. Like, I used to have another monitor than this one, that just had a stand and was sitting there. Like, it was smaller. Like, I'm trying, like, that much was it's that much less. Like, this entire part gone. but size-wise. Monitors are expensive again, and I added a boom arm that connects the two monitors to the desk. And like that's kind of stuff that I add, like. But let's see, NVIDIA RTX 180. The RTX 360, so a little smaller but still an RTX, goes for 300, so that's half the price that I paid for it. Like, if they say, oh, that's enough for doing what you want to do, you can go for that. How long have we been on this screen now? I don't know. But yeah, so with 2K you can already get a decent PC. Like with around 1K you should be able to make a desktop with 1K. The question is just, will it be able to handle easily everything you want it to do? Like, the only reason my computer is freaking out is because the games are confusing the hell out of it. Like, no problem when I'm watching a stream while playing Rainbow Six Siege, but if I do that with the Pirates of the Caribbean game, everything freaks out. I have, like, I can lurk streamers while we play Rainbow Six Siege and stuff. It might make the game a little slower, but I don't care. Yeah, you don't know that. The thing is, like, I'm even talking RTX. Like, let's just go to NVIDIA. Products. There are different kind of like right now they are mainly focused on the RTX series, but like right now they are looking at the RTX 50 and 40 series. And with RTX you have RTX is for ray tracing, which means that it's the main difference with this one is that I'll show. Let's go here for a second and flip. So this is without RTX. This is with RTX. Like, it's mainly like the kind of lighting that you're using is different with RTX. That's like the main difference. It's like for stuff like Cyberpunk, Warhammer 40k. That kind of games are with the like their performance. Like this is comparing to the 3070. This like you can have more frames per second with it. That's the main. So yeah, like if your game requires RTX, but I think most games have still have it as an option. I'm not sure. I know. We've been friends long enough for me to know that FIFA had to change to FC because FIFA didn't want to be associated with them anymore. But yeah, still, there are older models. Like right now, they're pushing the 40 and the 50, mainly the 50, but you don't need the 40, the 4070 like I got. You can play like right now. I can play my games on the best visual quality, but before I played them on lower quality on my laptop. Nobody complained about it. Nobody was like, "Oh my god, your quality is too low." Like, I noticed the difference afterwards, and it made me a better gamer. Like literally my KD, the difference was enormous. Like if you look at my KD before and my KD after. But yeah, anyway, we've been stream ending soon for approximately over 20 minutes now. Yeah, we've been doing this for 25 minutes. So I'm going to end stream now for real. Actually ending it. Also, when I press the end stream button, it will pull that up again and resize this after we've changed this, so that isn't visible, but that will be because it is an overlay, so you will see it while we're transitioning. So thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed the stream. Be safe, be yourself. Goodbye.